Hello, everybody, and welcome to my Tuesday Diablo 4 stream. Sorry I've been unavailable for the last few streams. I've had some condo issues where somebody, was claiming that they were getting water dripping from their ceiling from somewhere, and because my condo was near theirs, I had to be available to give the plumbers access to, for them to find where the water is coming from, and put an end to it. So I got tied up in that, um, and was unable to stream like usual. Um, but for all those people coming back who had faith in me, that did not give up on me, I thank you. There have been literal days in which I was thinking that basically I'm not getting anywhere type of thing at this time. Why should I keep doing this? Um, I don't really have any people that, as far as I know, really care about this stream. Um, type of thing, and why should I keep wasting my time when I could be doing other things? I could be a much freer, happier person, basically. And it's like it's like Pandora's box. You know, when opened, all the more aggressive sins leapt out and went out to infect humanity, where the most sinister and evil sin remained behind, which was hope. And sometimes the only thing that keeps me going is just the hope that I could reach people who and make people happy, that come and visit my stream, and that basically my stream will eventually grow and take off, and I could interact and deal with people who appreciate and love my work, type of thing. But until then, you know there's gonna be a lot of ups and downs. It's not easy. People claim to that oh, it's easy. People just give you money, blah blah blah. No, it's not that easy. Um, like usual on Tuesday, we're gonna start with the comic book picks for the week, um, and then we'll go on to play Diablo 4. The first comic for today, for Wednesday release, is 1776 Marvel comic miniseries. This is issue number 3, apparently. Um, and there's 2 variant covers. Because it's a mini series, because it most likely involves the Avengers or a group of superheroes going back in time to 1776. It might be an interesting read in general. There's a lot of second printings, a lot of third printings, so be aware. There's some facsimile covers, um, for a lot of books. So when you're looking at that comic book, and it says number 1, or says that it's part of a series that you're interested in, make sure that it's not a second printing, third printing, whatever, because I mean, for me, I don't want to do second, third printings. Period. I want all first printings for my collection. But the point being is that then you won't have to hunt down, all the issues of a series, in which basically you don't know if they're going to reprint the whole series. You just know that they reprinted a issue, most likely the landmark issue of that series, and you don't want to be stuck. Oh, I like this one comic, and this is a third printing. etc. from long time ago, or a facsimile. But I want the whole story. And then you go back and you research it and all that stuff. Then you find out that the whole series is worth big money, and then you have to figure out, do you love it that much? Do you really want to fork out big money to get this series that you only now found out that existed? It's one of those things. So just a heads up. There's a Iron Man #1. They're restarting his ongoing series. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 variant covers. So if you find one you like, grab it, be happy, because like I said, not all comic book stores will carry every variant cover. They all have a budget. They all have their bills to pay, and they can't, as being familiar with the situation, because I used to own a comic store. I ran one for 4 years. You can't get every single cover. It just isn't worth it. You always have to make sure that the people who collect regularly get their stuff, and you have to make sure that the people who come in you know have a chance at getting the title based off of the its regular sales. And if you're only selling 6 copies of, say, Iron Man, like right now, and they have 12 variant covers, and only like 2 are going to go into your saver, to have the other covers hang around for X amount of time, not knowing that you're going to sell them, be able to sell them, it's hard to, let's put it this way. I know that comic stores are not high margin shops. It takes a lot of comics to make rent. It takes a lot of comics just to pay for the electricity, to keep the lights on. So if you go into a comic store and you go, oh yeah, you guys are making a ton of money, you're full of shit. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Unless you're super backed by like millionaires and stuff like that, you are not making money. You might make enough to justify your existence, but not much after that. What saved a lot of comic stores back in the day when I was a comic store owner was Magic the Gathering. So think about it this way: because we actually sold role-playing games, and we actually catered to some of the new card games. At the time, card games were new. Magic the Gathering was the first of its kind of a card game, and and it was a risk. And not only that, but it was a big dollar risk. We could never order that many boxes because we just never had the budget to do so. The only good thing about Magic the Gathering is that when we did get it in, it sold, and it helped for that time. But Magic the Gathering overall, once everybody got their initial boxes, got their initial playable cards, the sales dropped off like anything else. So to have a box that literally cost you $60-70, for the store, not necessarily for the person buying it, but for the store, is not easy. You have to have some deep pockets, and most comic stores don't have those deep pockets. And today probably be Pokemon in addition. So you're talking about you need some deep pockets for Pokemon, Magic, and hell, if both came out at the same time, you'd be seriously, your bank account would be like crying, because Pokemon boxes plus Magic the Gathering card boxes, that's big money. That's not small anymore, and you can't order them by the box. You got to order them by the case. So you know, and that's a whole different story on top of that. So that's just, you know, like I said, it's painful. I mean, where the cards were a little better is that you could sell pretty much a hot Magic card or a hot Pokemon card for what a comic book costs. You know, like for $5. The commons, you know, basically you end up giving those away. You know, 10 cents, 25 cents, whatever. But it's the hot play, you know, really playable cards that help with the Magic and the Pokemon, assuming you break a few packs open, etc., to give people a look at what the new cards look like. Yeah, and that's not even including the fact that Wizards of the Coast is creating a lot of Magic spin-offs. Like they have the new Marvel Universe Magic the Gathering cards. They have the Final Fantasy. They have the Avatar Last Airbender. They have the Spider-Man set. You know, they're just going crazy, you know, type of thing. Okay, after Iron Man, there's the Red Band Marvel Zombies, number 5. You know, if you're a more adult person who likes the concept of Marvel Zombies, this will be your book. Unfortunately, it's already on number 5, because Red Band means that it's more adult story content, more bloodier, more violent, etc. You know, more adult language type of thing. So basically, if you love the Marvel Zombies and you liked the you know, the concept of it, there's a Red Band story involving the zombies. Okay. Miles Morales, number 42. It has 3 variant covers. You know, if you like the Miles Morales character, you're gonna really like the future, because they're saying in Avengers Doomsday, they might be casting, you know, they might show a Miles Morales, and if not in Doomsday, they're gonna show him soon after. They're in the process of bringing the Miles Morales character to life. So if you're a fan of Miles Morales, if you have his number 1 from way back when he was a Ultimates character, you're gonna want to dig that issue out. You're gonna want to put it aside. It's gonna become a hot book. Sorcerer Supreme number 2, where Scarlet Witch becomes the Sorcerer Supreme. It's out. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 variant covers. So track down the one that you want, and then like I said, run for the hills after. And also, like I said, when it first premiered, collect at least the first 3 to 6 issues so that you get the full beginning storyline. You see if there's any new villains introduced, and new obstacles type of thing, because those new villains or heroes, depending on what they introduce in those comics, they could possibly be breakout heroes, villains, etc. in the future. Okay, there's a Strange Tales number 4 coming out. It looks like they're fighting Hela. You know, it's various sorcerers involved with Doctor Strange. Apparently, they're doing battle with Hela. they, I don't know. If you like the characters involved, it's Wiccan. I don't recognize the others, Hulkling. Um, but the point being is that because Hella's involved, it should be a fairly good read. So if you're collecting Strange Tales number 4, and you're thinking of discontinuing the book, you should at least get issue 4 with Hella in it. So then there's Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 1. This will be an anthology book featuring Amazing Spider-Man. And it has 1, 2, 3, 4 variant covers. And if you don't want to collect the full gambit of Spider-Man, you could always collect the annual, so you always get a taste of Spider-Man every year, and you get a few stories, different takes on different things he does during you could read different stories involving him. Okay. The End 2099 number 2 is apparently out, and there's 3 variant covers involving this. Apparently, because of things going on, apparently the 2099 universe is being destroyed, and the story features the 2099 universe people going up against a cosmic level foe, and apparently Mephisto's involved, and we'll see in the end what happens to the 2099 universe. Okay. Infernal Hulk number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 variant covers. What can I say? It's the Hulk, and it's the hell touched version of the Hulk. The Hulk has been going through a lot of changes over the last few years. They were, in their attempts to try to reinvent him for the new century, etc. They turned him into the Immortal Hulk for a long time. They had him as there's the Infernal Hulk. There's the Hulk Vereen, where there's a Hulk that is a cross between Wolverine and the Hulk. If you ever met a Hulk, which is bad enough, and he's crossed between Wolverine, I don't even know if Marvel could write a good story involving that, because just the lethality of that character would be just so immense that it just, I don't know how they would write it. Because he would literally obliterate enemies that he would come across. Can you imagine having the Hulk's strength and unbreakable adamantium claws that he could drive through your body and shred you to nothing? I mean, yes, it's Marvel in creating these characters is a good thing, because it shows that they're still a vibrant creative company. But they should realize that, yes, by creating them, there's some detriments to there's some detrimental problems to your character development. And one of them is that, what type of villain are you going to put the Hulk Vereen up against? And that to me was always a deal breaker. When I always got his miniseries up to the last one that I got. But the thing is that when looking at the comic, he was always subdued by somebody. He was always teaming up with somebody. So I don't, he was not being let loose to be the full Hulk Vereen that he should be, type of thing. Just like the Punisher, over the last year or so, they've been trying to reinvent him. They tried to make a female Punisher. They tried to make a Punisher agent of Shield. They've been doing a lot of different things. When Punisher, there was never anything wrong with him. It's just that Marvel keeps putting people who don't know how to write worth crap onto his book, and then he ends up looking, popularity ends up sinking. But he's had, he still has a huge fan base, because that's why he keeps getting movies and getting, right now his TV show is still is Netflix thing. Appearances are still very highly popular because of him being just the Punisher. And the Netflix, in my opinion, is closest to being what the Punisher should be, compared to all the other crap that they put out that is supposed to be the Punisher. And that's literally their writing. Their writing, and with the movies, maybe also the direction, but still, the Punisher, they should just get their heads out of their ass and just do them right, and that fans will be there for them. Punisher Red Band number 5. Because it's Red Band, it's more of an adult comic. There's a lot more blood. There's a lot more adult situations which could occur. He has 4 variant covers. So it's like I said, find the one that you want. Be happy that you were able to find it at your local comic store, and then buy it and run, and enjoy it. Okay, now for the DC comics, Absolute Martian Manhunter, which should be interesting because the Absolute universe is a little more gritty, a little more edgy, and to see what how Martian Manhunter fits into the Absolute universe, should be a fairly interesting ride. And this is issue 8, and it has 2 variant covers. Martian Manhunter is one of the heroes that basically he's, how do you call it, he's a diamond in the rough, because he has the potential to be like one of the strongest beings in the DC universe because of his shape-shifting ability, because his ability does not only give him the appearance of what he takes on, but also the powers. So if he should, for instance, shapeshift into Doomsday, he would have the power of Doomsday. So there has been no indication that he has a limit. We already know that he could shapeshift into Superman and have all Superman's powers. So basically, just turning into Superman would make him dangerous enough. So the words, he has potential. He does have some limitations. Not all of them are extremely groundbreaking. He has a fear of fire because apparently he watched his civilization burn, on Mars. So he carries that fear with him, that horror when he witnessed it. So, but as for other limitations, I just don't remember if he had anything extraordinary beyond that. For those people who are Wonder Woman fans, there's the Absolute Wonder Woman number 16, and that has 3 variant covers. A grittier, Wonder Woman, who supposedly has more powers because she's more of a goddess in the Absolute universe than she is in the regular DC universe. So, it's one of those things, is that you might want to give it a read and See if she's different enough that she keeps your attention. Um, yeah, Martian Manhunter. I don't know if I mentioned it, but he has 2 variant covers. There's the DC KO event comics. The Kids Are All Fight special #1, which features mainly the kid heroes in the overall story arc of the DC KO event. What's going on with them type of thing during this event. And they have 3 variant covers. So you see people like Superboy, Kid Flash, Batgirl, etc., and what their take on the KO event is. Then there's apparently I don't know if it's a mini series or one shot, but it's Supergirl Next Door. It's a #1. I would guess is a story about somebody who's the neighbor to actually Supergirl, and his take on Supergirl being around. Detective Comics 1105. It has only 1 variant cover. Basically, if you're beginning to collect comics, etc., Batman, like I've said in the past, Batman is one to, a good one to jump in on, because he has a huge rogues gallery, which is always increasing. They always introduce new people, villains and heroes. So it never hurts to, and he has a long established history of being popular. He has movies, he has cartoons, he has his own special Lego sets. I mean, the words if you're starting to collect any comics, Batman is not a bad one to start with. There's Green Lantern #31. It has 1, 2, 3 variant covers. If you're interested in Green Lantern, looks like he's teaming up with Flash in these issues, because Flash is featured on 3 of the covers. So basically, because it's a team up type of event, you might want to pick it up. Let's see here. Then there's Harley Quinn, for those people who are fans of Harley Quinn because of her various movies and stuff like that. Harley Quinn 58 is out. It has 1, 2, 3 variant covers. And you could enjoy. There's Harley and Ivy, Life and Crime. Basically, it's Harley, a book about what Harley and Ivy are up to, mini series type of thing. If it's an ongoing series, which could be also possible, it's basically a series that features mainly the relationship between Harley and Poison Ivy. And if you enjoy reading such things, it has 2 variant covers. This is issue #3, so it's not impossible to get #1 and 2. So okay, then there's Immortal Legend Batman. Looks very interesting. It has 1 variant cover. It's #6. It looks like a manga version of Batman. There's Justice League Red #6, also coming out this week. Let's see here. and that has one variant cover. Um, then there's Justice League Unlimited, number 15. That's out. That has one, two, three, four, five variant covers. Um, Justice League Unlimited is basically Justice League with rotating members in each story arc. That's why it's unlimited, because it features each story arc features different groups of the Justice League. Um, so some might have Batman in it, some might have just Superman, et cetera, et cetera. And they have varying types of supervillains that they fight that are more in tune. Their team is more balanced against the people that they fight, basically. There's Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong, number series 2. This is issue number 7, closing in on the end of the series. So it's kind of hard to say. I mean, if you love Kong, if you love Godzilla, this would be, probably an interesting book to have. But the problem is that it's already over half of the series, because I'm sure that it's a 12 issue miniseries, and it's already midway through, so it's kind of hard to promote it. Superman number 34. That has 1, 2, 3, 4 variant covers. So if you have a love for Superman, him and Lex Luthor apparently are teaming up. So maybe it'd be something to pick up. Then the last comic in the DC lineup coming out this Wednesday is Flash 29. And he has 1, 2 variant covers. It looks like my Diablo has crashed. I don't know. Blizzard has been kind of disappointing me lately, because of the very fact that is that their server, a lot of lag. Like just now, it crashed. Why I'm on the account, even if I'm just giving my little review of the comics coming out Wednesday, it should not have crashed. It should have just stayed, because I'm not in the game. I'm not playing on the server yet. So the words, I should not have been kicked off. So the server Diablo they're saying that a lot of different companies are having server problems right now, and I can believe that. Because I know that I know with Fortnite, their servers used to be better, and then they opened up the um, Midwest server, and then all of a sudden the server for California sucked. It went from 20 ping or lower to like um, like 40, and I'm like, why did it go to 40? It should have actually gotten better, but it didn't. It's just weird. we're gonna be done with this in a moment. I'm looking through all the other comics coming out this this Wednesday. I'm just looking at the independents. I don't see anything spectacular. Yeah, it looks like that's it. I don't see anything for any other independents. That would be astounding. So basically this week will be, for anybody who's a collector, will probably be just mainly Marvels and DCs. If you find an independent that you like, you know, like most things, just grab it, be happy, read it, enjoy it. You know, me, I pretty much you know, picked up independents casually. I never looked for independents specifically, but if one crossed my eye, I would always, you know, take a look, see if I liked it, and then went from there. You know, for me, independent comics just were never a priority. The only people that were technically independent that I went after was Image. And that was mainly because Image is Image. You know, it has Spawn, it had Wildcats at the time, it had, you know, various other series, you know, that made it interesting. And you know, when they were hero directed, you know, they were you know, a fun ride. But now that they're mainly a lot of miscellaneous stories, you know, they're not, there's not as much in favor, in my opinion. They may have had some big hits, you know, like Kirkman's Walking Dead, you know, where he had the opportunity to do some series that he wanted to do, you know, independently, but couldn't get the okay from his from the Marvel or DC overlords at the time. What's this? Oh, okay. What's the direction that I want to take? First, let's go out into the wilderness. Let me make sure that my mouse gear is up. Yeah, this is the one thing. Like I said, if you ever love a mouse, the design, etc., and you're sitting there going, this is a great looking mouse, etc., and you read that it's software driven, that there's software support to it, throw that shit in back on the shelf and get something that's, you know, a real mouse, because this mouse is garbage. It never sets up right. It doesn't hold settings. Eventually the software loses when you play like I do, where you play for hours on at a time, and you're dragging hella resources because your game, etc. You know, of course, when you get to a certain amount of resource draw, your mouse software dies. So then your game becomes like, what the hell happened to? Why can't I? Where are all my triggers? They disappeared. Because your mouse software needs resources like everything else. It's draining resources from your computer by just working. If you have a regular mouse, you know, that doesn't require software usage, you're going to do good from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, because it has nothing to do with the game already provides resources within the game context. It does not need additional, but because of the mouse I got, it requires additional resources, and if those resources run out or somehow get interrupted, the software just fails. And like right now, I have a profile for just Diablo, but it doesn't stick. That's the part that pisses me off. It doesn't stick to Diablo. It's supposed to, but it's not. I even saved it and everything, but it's not holding to nothing. Oh, what's that? See that? Come here, little one. You know you want me. Too bad it's the independence, if you're collecting for value, or if you're collecting for storyline. Because the thing is that when you're collecting independence are iffy. They could either do really good or not. So basically, you have to decide if you're happy with independent for its storyline. Because it's not guaranteed that it'll be valuable if you're collecting. I mean, if you just enjoy comics and this and that, then it's not a big deal. But yeah, if you're collecting for value, independent comics are very hit and miss. Like, how many people knew that Tim Vigil's boss comic for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was gonna be the comic. So the words, there are exceptions, but there's a lot more. There's many more times in which like I said, independence, just don't bring in value.
Perhaps a prize inside.
Yeah, the top comics that people, new collectors should focus on. I would say these are not going to be in order. There'll just be 10 comics in which basically a new person, if you want a little value out of it, that is fairly consistent. You know, like I said, I'm not. It's not in order of top 10 order. So even though I'm gonna mention Batman, he's not the number one comic that you should get. It's just a comic in the top 10, type of thing of comics. Because it would be Batman, Detective Comics, Spider-Man, these amazing comics. Who else? Those would be the top three, or three of the top 10, actually, top of the top 10. Legendary, but not a ancestral legendary. I don't know. Once upon a time, I would say Uncanny X-Men. But the Uncanny X-Men team has changed so much over time that I don't know if it has that same type of. Because when a lot of the stories of the Uncanny X-Men that people love today. Come from the time in which Wolverine, Psylocke, and those people were all Uncanny X-Men. But nowadays, that team is no more. A lot of the members have been changed up. So I can't say that the Uncanny X-Men will be one of the top 10. because I can't even say the Avengers, because for the longest time, before they created the MCU, the Avengers were kind of in a doghouse. They were still in the process of reinventing themselves. In the 90s, all the way up until the 2000s, the Avengers were actually a declining role. Their storylines, their team lineup, just people didn't appreciate the writing. I mean, and I admit that a lot of the writing was boring. You know, could have been a lot better. Fantastic Four hit that same slump too. I don't think that the Fantastic Four has ever really climbed out of that slump, actually. The only thing good about the Fantastic Four is that they introduced a lot of rogues gallery. Because like people like Galactus, High Evolutionary, Inhumans, who else? Wakandans, Kree, Skrulls. They all first appeared in Fantastic Four. Or were more of a major part of Fantastic Four. Even though the books are not, they never claimed super high value. But the thing is that they were highly instrumental in creating a lot of the framework for the Marvel Universe that you see nowadays. You know, like with the alien races and stuff. And the same thing with the X-Men. The Uncanny X-Men, they created the Shi'ar, they created they also built on the Kree Skrull War. They were involved with that because of Shi'ar. You know, they had their own, they had their time, they had their era where they were kind of a space opera. You know, mutants in space, basically. So I mean, if I go just by purely inspirational comics that you might want to get, but you know, maybe not, they're not on the highest potential to rise type of thing. You know, I would say like Fantastic Four, I would say Uncanny X-Men would also be in that lineup. You know, because of the fact that they were so instrumental in creating a lot of these, you know, individuals that you see now. Because I don't think Thanos came from the Fantastic Four, but the thing is that the Titans in which Thanos comes from, I think they were featured in the Fantastic Four first, and then Thanos came later. Because if you add those books, you know, then that'll be easily, you know, five comics right there, Fantastic Four and Uncanny X-Men. And then if you throw in Justice League also, you know, I don't know. And for those people who are only here because they want to hear me talk about, um, you know, what's out there on the social medias. The biggest thing going on with the streamer community apparently is Pokemon criticizing capitalism. You know, apparently a lot of people are up in arms because the words she is the role model of capitalism, but yet she sat there and got herself banned because she was talking about how soulless and heartless capitalism is. And you know, considering the like I said, there's a lot of people pointing out how could she be criticizing capitalism when look at all what capitalism has done for her. She wouldn't be going to France for fashion shows. She wouldn't be going living her high profile Gucci life, type of thing. That if she was a communist or if she was a socialist, she would be worrying about her own safety than she would about anything else. She's selling like $30 bags of cookies. So I mean, if it wasn't for capitalism, who knows what type of life she would lead. And that goes for Valkyrie too. Apparently Valkyrie, supposedly, from what they say, I don't know the truth of it, but they say that she's in a relationship with Hassan, which he's the biggest dumb shit asshole on the internet. Who believes in China and communism and all that stuff. And what? He's a damn spoiled rich boy is what he is. And he's pissing on the people, like I said, that they put him and gave him the money to be in the position he's in. If it wasn't for capitalism and wasn't for the opportunities that capitalism brought him, he would be what? He'd be begging for food on a street corner, to supplement his rations in China. The words, he wouldn't be super probably think he is now. He'd be noble. Actually, in truth, also, they wouldn't even since he loves China so much. The words, he wouldn't even be able to be on the internet because he has to have a PhD. He has to be an expert in something before he could even get on the internet. They have a rule that is like you have to be a expert on the subject, before you get, have an internet thing. And, if that's the case, I don't think Hassan has expertise in anything. He'd be SOS. He'd be denied a stream. So there's no such thing as a gaming. And there's also one thing I would like to point out. China, a country of free will and love and all this stuff, so they say. How many immigrants do you think they get per year? And if they do get any immigrants, how many of them do you ever see? This is something I was thinking of the other day. After all the quote immigration issues that have occurred over the last X amount of years, if you really think about it, I've heard of people immigrating to China, but I've never seen anybody leave China. I mean, like any of these immigrants, what are they doing in China? Where are they? Because when you look at the pictures of China, China is filled with Chinese. So where are these white immigrants? Where are these other Asian immigrants? Where are these black immigrants? And, that kind of scares me, because that means that China is like a roach trap. You're a person that's running from your country because you're basically a roach. You have your issues, and you just want to escape your home country because, if you stayed in your home country, they'd kill you. So you escape to China thinking you'd be safe. But once you're in China, they lock you down and you disappear. And who knows what the hell happens to these immigrants. Because the words, like I said, if they're supposed to be having, 30,000 European immigrants, etc., where are they? They don't show up on any pictures that you ever see about China. And I'm sure that me, by bringing this to your attention, all of a sudden they'll probably start posting, where are these people? What's going on with these people? And I bet you it's because they have them locked up, locked down, they're brainwashing them, they're doing whatever to them. And people just don't see it. Because the Chinese, of course, we're going to do horrible, mean, cruel, vicious stuff, but we're just not going to let it be seen, so you cannot hold us accountable to anything. Who knows what they're doing to these people? And just like their quote breeding program at the moment, they're trying to get a lot of Chinese quote white people crosses, because they want citizenship in various countries so that they could get spies in and they could get control when the time comes, so they could swing things their way in the future, and Trump says he's been notified of when, where, why, and how is two different things. We'll just have to wait and see. Trump has a lot of things on his plate. As bad as Trump is, there are certain things which I think that the American people are just retarded being because the words when has pursuing illegal immigrants been ever a problem? It's only been a problem since Trump is pursuing it. It's never been a problem for any other president to pursue tracking down. It's only been a problem since Trump. And the words didn't make sense. He's a Republican. You don't want Republicans making your life safer. You don't want them to get the you don't want them to make it feel better. Because that was bad. because I mean, like they're saying with Obama, he what, 89,000 people he deported. He grabbed illegals off, and nobody cries about that. I don't even want to know how many people Bush did, or some of the other presidents did, but you know that grabbing ICE, taking care of illegals, has been going on for a long time. It's just never been newsworthy as when Trump does it.
Who can stand against you? With
You know, I remember when Obama accidentally sent the I guess federal agents to look into a little kid who was building his own clock. You know, he was building a clock because the clock, unfortunately, you know, could have been misconstrued as a detonation device for a bomb. So the materials he used, you know, were flagged as potential bomb making. But nobody tried to defend over that mistake. And like I said, it's probably because Trump is you know, is Trump, you know. And it's obvious that the people in Minnesota are crooks, and that is. And it's obvious that they had their strings pulled by somebody. Somebody was paying them to protest. Somebody was paying them to put people in harm's way. You know, the people who shot people, they were not innocent. You know, it's like the one person said, you know, oh yeah, this guy might have been believed in what he, you know, he said. The thing is that he brought a gun to a protest, and you know, where he knew that, you know, having a gun could be problematic. You know, the guy basically wanted it, you know, and his parents, you know, were like, you know, they told the kid before he left, don't be stupid, and the kid still was stupid. He had a handgun in an explosive situation, you know. There was a kid in California who protested during Black Lives Matter. He didn't have a gun, he had a hammer. But the thing is that because the officer who shot him thought that the gun hammer was a pistol, he shot him rather than risk his life. Which, I mean, in my opinion, that person's just having a hammer. You know, he was risking his own life. He was risking, you know, and basically, even though his sisters and people were crying about, oh yeah, he really killed him, blah blah blah. But the thing is that they made it even sound like he was gung ho into looting. And the whole one of the things he wanted to do was he wanted to you know, be rebellious and loot and break things. So in other words, you know, you go in with the attitude like that, and then, you know, what do you think is going to happen? You know, I mean, I'm sad that he had to die, but I'm not sad that the thing is that you know, that That he was that stupid, basically. I'm sad that he in this modern age, he's that stupid to believe that his actions wouldn't bring consequences. That he believed that himself, that he wouldn't, he believed himself, not touchable, to the point where he was going to bring a item which could be misconstrued as a weapon. And this paramedic guy, I mean, like they said, it's not illegal to carry, but the thing is, you're carrying in a situation, it's highly explosive, highly emotional, and not only that, but these ICE agents have been getting, threats and things thrown at them and blah blah blah, and then yeah, they're supposed to take a we're supposed to treat a person with a pistol not seriously. I know that there's some dumb assholes who believe that, well, they're paid to get shot. They're paid to blah, blah, blah. That's bullshit too. And it's like I said, some of these people who are arming themselves and this and that and going out, they're asking to be shot. And if that's what they want, I mean, you see these people with AR-15s, and you're sitting there like, you have this AR-15, and you don't think that there's going to be any repercussions to your
skins and steel. Good deal. Father words.
That there's going to be no repercussions to your action. I don't get it. I just don't.
A fair bit of magic. It seems your prayers. Bad luck. Very nice. It seems fair bit. It seems your prayers have been answered.
Have my prayers been answered? No. This has been a waste. Because I didn't get what I wanted.
I'll take it. Good. What else?
It's just like the people carrying the babies at the marches.
Father keep you.
You know why they're carrying the babies, right? Because literally they're shit for parents, and they believe that the babies will keep them from being pepper sprayed, keep them from harm. And if they're thinking the other way, that basically they're gonna that they're gonna basically use the babies to show people
best armor in the pit.
How ruthless and cruel and blah blah blah. Then the parents should be the ones that should be taken out and executed for risking their babies. They should not have been allowed to have children to begin with, because basically they're putting their children's life on the line just because what? Because they believe that the current administration is not, a good one, because they and they're really willing to throw their child's life away because of what? Because literally they're if they're doing what I'm thinking that they're doing is that basically they want the baby to be hurt to show that these people are monsters.
Have been answered.
Then how big of a monster is the mother? But if I put the kid out there and they pepper spray me, look at what type of monsters they'll get on YouTube and Twitch and all this stuff, and they'll be shown for the monsters that they are, and most importantly, I'll get so many likes and views. Oh my God, I'll be famous. Shh.
You can take what's left.
Oh, sorry. I mean,
Anything breaks.
basically
the
what
forge
it
is
amounts to is that, what, Democrats must hate kids then. They're willing to bring them into hazardous conditions and say, and they're like okay with it. Oh, if we lose the kid, it's a message. If the kid gets hurt or blinded or deafened because of this, oh, it's what it has to be. It's to show my support for my cause, right? You know, so what type of monsters are they then? What type of monsters are these people they're protesting, that are bringing their kids to be pepper sprayed and all that stuff? That is some bullshit. If they're caught on camera or if people, you know, see them, they should be arrested straight up and their kids should be taken from them. And I don't care how much crying, bawling, whatever they do, then they should be shown the picture. You were at a public protest which you knew was going to have pepper spray, which you knew was going to put that kid in danger, which you knew. Yeah, that pisses me off. That, because that kid doesn't deserve that shit. And that mom, that, you know, whoever the dad might be, they must be the dumbest pieces of shit on the planet, and they didn't deserve to have kids. And considering the woman was alone, she probably was, you know, basically a hoe who didn't really care about her kid either. You know, she probably doesn't even know who the father is. You know, so it's no regret for her. You know. What do I care? Her thoughts are more along the lines of, oh, I could always have another kid. And the one thing that I also hate is that you see on social media, would you support this? And it's like stupid stuff. And you're going, if the government can't figure out which side that they want to be on, why even ask? You know, especially when a lot of it's common sense. You know, it doesn't. Yeah, the world's unfortunately too deceptive. You know, because there are people pulling strings. Because it was obvious that the people who were protesting in Minnesota were not there because they all believed. It's because they were paid to be there. And they were organized. They were blah, blah, blah. You know, they were shipped in from different areas in general. And you know that the whole reason why is because somebody wanted to make Trump look bad. So we'll do that, actually. So do I have a nightmare dungeon? Yes. Let's go. And you know what the funniest thing is that, you know, people are so ignorant that they don't realize that a lot of these politicians and stuff have been getting away with this shit for a while. You know, that people only care now because, oh my god, my party's winning. Because I follow the Republicans or I follow the Democrats, whatever their mentality should happen to be. But oh my god, my party's been found out. They've been stealing from America for X amount of time. And now it's an issue because the spotlight is on them. Just like Gavin Newsom. I mean, basically his loss of the bullet train. You're talking about tragedy for California. You know, the bullet train has done so much for California if it's done right. It could have opened up jobs. I mean, just people working for the bullet train, that would be good paying positions, because that'd be, you know, professional level jobs. You know, you probably get paid $30 an hour. You know, I mean, in this economy, you know, finding a $30 an hour job is not easy. Now, if you want to work at McDonald's and stuff like that, you know, yeah, there's plenty of jobs that pay that much. But, you know, finding even a $20 an hour job is very hard. And then they wonder, why is people so poor? Why can't people afford insurance and this and that? Well, if you're not paying us any money, if you think that we only have money all over the place, and you keep finding reasons to take it, you know, what do you think is going to happen? Because that's the problem. The rich people and corporations, they don't care how much suffering you do, as long as you pay the bills. You know. If you pay the bills, it's fine with them. They'll just keep squeezing. Because in their eyes, oh, you got a raise because the minimum wage went up $1. How do we get that dollar? How do we tap that into that extra money that people have? And that's all that some corporations think about. Whether it be food, whether it be drinks, you know, their whole mindset is that, well, if everybody in America gets $1, how do we get at least 50 cents out of that dollar? They don't know or care how much you need that full dollar. And they'll do their best to make you have to give up that 50 cents. You know, whether it's insurance, whether it's a extended warranty, to them, who cares about the people, how they make their ends meet? All we care about is that 50 cents. They don't care about our quality. They just care about what they can get out of it. Once upon a time, stocks and stuff, they used to charge you for the trades. And you had so many trades that you could even do. You know, they would have a reduced rate type of thing. And that basically, for like the first 3 trades, the rate would be cheaper. And then after that, you'd have to pay, you know, some big money. Luckily, those times are gone. But the problem is that, which they started realizing is that stocks themselves, they become super expensive. You know, so the only way to get people to even invest is that they had to give away free trades. Because let's put it this way. Nike is $60 plus. Coca-Cola, $60. Tesla, which a lot of people would love to have, it's in the $400+ range. Amazon, you know, very high, very hundreds of dollars. I mean, these are all stocks that people want. But how the hell, you know, can small-time people get those stocks? People had an opportunity with GameStop. When GameStop was under $10 a share. Hell, I even owned GameStop for a short time. I had to sell it, but you know, I mean, I didn't make the big money on it. But I made some money on it. I used that money to pay off my car, basically. And I'm not sad about it. But the important thing is that you know, there's not very many high-end stocks that you could invest in that doesn't require a high amount of available cash. Just like I said, if you want to invest in Nike right now, $65. And the thing is that since you mostly buy stocks in hundreds, you're talking about $6,500. Yeah, what's the point of having ultimate? I mean, this is not the first time that I've done an ultimate where the person can just walk out. I mean, he isn't even active dodging. He's just straight up. Oh yeah, ultimate? I'll just walk. I'll just move over there and I'm okay. Hold on, let me figure that out. 60, yeah, 6,500. So I mean, unless you have extra 6,500 for 100 shares, and you got to take in consideration 100 shares that's not big money. You know, that you know, it'll be a start. But the point being is that, you know, nowadays everything requires you to have not big money. I mean, no, not small money anymore. Everything is big money now. So the words, and the opportunities to I mean, not even to get rich, just to be, get comfortable, um, is getting smaller and smaller. People are predicting that in the next four to 7 years, that basically streaming is not going to be profitable anymore. That the streaming community is going to be dead because of AI, because of regulations, because of this and that. There just won't be any money in it. YouTube will collapse, Twitch will collapse, because of the very fact is that the corporations would just, the revenue side will just dry up. Not that people wouldn't want to watch streams and stuff. It's just that it won't be money. It won't be financially possible anymore. They're just gonna close up. There won't be any more ninjas. There won't be any more Valkyries. They're just gonna cut. They're just gonna cut that, those things out. How they're gonna do it specifically, don't know. But it'll probably involve a lot of AI. It'll probably involve a lot of regulations, and then all of a sudden, the people who are in streaming and stuff now, they just won't be able to stream and hope for money. It literally will become you stream because you like streaming.
Sublime.
See some steel you need?
Anything? Let's
Excellent
see.
fight.
Got some ancestrals out of that. Okay, I got a unique, but it's an axe I already have. Let's put it this way. It totally sucks. People are saying that, the streaming is going to be, they're going to kill it, because basically the rich don't want competition. They want to reduce the amount of avenues for success. Basically, it's gonna come down to it'll be us and them. There'll be only two tiers of people. They'd either be the people who are rich and the people who are not. And basically, there's gonna be a big
Equitable
gap
transaction.
between them. That basically the rich will be free to do whatever the hell they want, and the poor will basically, will have to struggle with all the rich's rules and all that stuff. and that's what they're saying is what mass immigration was all about. It was to wear certain areas down to see how just to see how a reset could occur, to test out how to reset society, and basically one of the ways to do it is to figure out who would be the best basically slaves to take over the regular world while the rich sit at the top. And since Islam, even within Islam, there's the regular Islamists who basically have to obey all the rules and are technically the slaves who are given orders, and then there's the people at the top, and the people at the top don't have to wear burqas. They drive around in limousines and fancy cars and have private jets and all that stuff, and they basically dictate to the masses. And basically that would be the world that they want to create, the elites, and the Islamists were the perfect tools to test it, see who could fall, how to collapse countries, and then literally take them over. That is that's the current speculation. And the people who are helping in this, a lot of them are becoming very apologetic because they realize that it the damage it's doing. That basically it's not doing exactly what they want. But the question is that what is it that they wanted? What is it that they wanted to try to do? And didn't they realize this in the first place? You can't just choose any group. You can't just choose, because like I said, even if you took the richest Islamist, etc., and you have their kids and all their spoiled blah blah blahs, you throw them into a conference room and then you go, well, plan out your future. What is your future like? Now, will their future involve space travel and colonizing the moon, colonizing Mars? Or would it be one that basically we're stuck on this mud bowl, where we're stuck on Earth and we got to suffer all the way until the Earth runs out of renewable resources, etc. Because let's put it this way, I don't see if Islam took over the world, I don't see humans having enough brains after that to invent toilet paper. Because I'm sure that anybody who showed that type of smarts will be killed, because it'll be haram. I mean, unless of course one of the rich, the elites stepped in and saved that person. But the thing is that, chances of that happening is very small. it's funny to see Meldani acting like a Boy Scout. Because I know that he's just waiting for time to say I got you. And then basically fuck over everybody in New York. And maybe even America. You know. Just waiting for him to say, is it that what makes dreamers so fucking spoiled that they're willing to sell America out to communists when they themselves are successful streamers making millions of dollars, etc., living a very spoiled life. They sit there and they piss on capitalism. Capitalism is what gave them, and capitalism gave them the opportunity to be what they are. I mean, don't they realize if they were in a communist country, that they would never have gotten to be what they are? You think that Hassan would be a streamer, you know, a successful streamer? You think that Valkyrie would be a successful streamer? Do you think that they would allow, you know, video games? You know, I don't. And even if they did allow them, can you imagine what type of video games it'd be? They'll all be like pro-government video games. It wouldn't even be, it wouldn't be like we have now, where we have video games that are just, you know, for fun and, you know, this and that. It'd all be like that whole to get to attunement rank 3. I mean, not the greatest treasure, but it was never the greatest treasure to begin with, so I'm not worried. It's all about the same. My thing is that if the government hates actors so much when they become politicians, why don't they just make it a rule that actors cannot become politicians? Because Schwarzenegger has problems with his own party. He's an actor. Trump is having obviously issues with his party as an actor. I'm sure that Reagan will probably have issues too. So I mean, if they hate it when actors become so much, why don't they just outright
Pa, is it true what they say? An angel? If I were 2 years older, I would pass my trial and I instead of you'd be proud. No more politics. All right, Sue. Eddie.
Basically, I think that's put his foot down on the FDA and say you can't allow shit like this anymore. Because a lot of the chemicals and stuff that are in the food today is because the FDA basically, they sold out. They sold out to corporations. And it's like you're poisoning Americans. You're supposed to protect Americans, but instead you're poisoning them over the dollar. You rather get the money than actually protecting Americans. Snowden is begging to be seen now after all these years when he's just a fucking dipshit traitor. Moon wastes her time in creating a party for him. She should be removed from office. Because there's only one reason why he, well, there's actually, the only reason why he wants to come after the Russian you know, somebody of course, you know, or he's running out of resources, and that basically he knows his days are numbered. He wants to get out of Russia before somebody puts a gun to his head. My thing is that no trader gets let him see the tears fall from his child's eyes, you know, right before he dies. You know, if it was just all an act all these years or what, so...
Fair trade. Well struck.
What will it be? Let's go salvage. Came apart nicely.
It's gonna be a while before I collect all the opticite, but well, I did this one. I don't see why it didn't clear. Yeah, attunement 3 while in Horologic Strong Room in Torment 3 or higher. I did that.
Oh, you caught a rare one.
Actually, the rare one is the one with the one loot goblin that drops resplendent sparks. I had one of those. You know, at the very beginning of the season. That's how I killed the loot goblin.
Anything could be lurking here.
And that's how I got my first resplendent sparks.
We go separate. Thank you, one. Without you. Think I can manage from here?
something to warm me up.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
No. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for me to get this side. To a boss. Ooh. I thought I forgot something, but I didn't.
Anything else? Come back if you need work. No witchcraft here. Only honest magics.
Really?
Until spring. Dark days upon us. You need a proper weapon. Fair trade. Be wary on the road.
If you were.
we get separated. But thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead. I think I can manage from here. Oh, please.
Perhaps a prize inside.
Would you like something appraised? This I can sell.
stood there like an idiot. slow rise. Well, what's this? Well, while I'm here, let me check chat. Let me see how the stream is doing. Oh, somebody tried to stream. They got blocked. It says something viewers ... because it was a Streambo thing. Oh man, it's okay. They got blocked. I guess somebody already knew that they were Streambo. But that seems to be the only thing. Everything seems to be the same. Oh well. He didn't get his Streambo ad up. That's all that matters.
Hail to you, traveler. A fine addition to my inventory.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need the gem.
Exquisite.
all these? Okay. I'll go to the one that I don't want to go to. This one.
This place is unsettling.
Yeah, there is a lot of gold here. Easiest way to fix things. Get rid of all these people who claim to be pro-American that are not. Especially with politicians saying, oh, we're proud to be American, but they sell themselves out to other countries and poison American food. You know, they try to manipulate Americans. Kill them. We're pro-American, but we're willing to steal the money from them. Make their life worse because the bullet train wasn't because of that issue. It was prevented because people didn't want Americans. As Americans, oh my God, they have a bullet train now? Oh my God, how can that happen? And especially one that works and, you know, makes California that much more valuable. Oh hell no. Oh my God, there's a goblin over there. I gotta go before he vanishes. Netheron's important.
You look like you've seen battle.
Ah! Yeah, I've seen battle, but I haven't been paid very well for it.
You take care now.
This could be beautiful, with a few alterations.
Yeah, it could be ancestral too, but it's, it's not.
Keep an eye out for hollows.
Man, that was a horrible haul. Okay. Keys. Okay, let's go. I don't know what that chain thing was. Okay. How many of those did I have? Oh, I have a lot. Okay. I'm just gonna have to play a little more seriously because I used up a lot of time and I didn't have to. That's not good.
I
I never imagined Kurast having anything but a fate of misery. Perhaps it isn't as sealed as I believed.
Yeah, this was 100 seconds and I still failed it. What the bleep? the hell? Where is it?
This place is unsettling.
Dark days upon us. You need a proper weapon. Anything else?
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Well, eventually was going to happen. Teleportation glitch. My thing is that since Greenland doesn't want to be part of America, but Albert, um, Alberta does. Take Alberta, and then use it to create a bridge to Alaska. You know, because if Alberta wants to succeed from America, I mean from Canada, take them. You know, and apparently Alberta has oil, so we'll get oil too. and whatever other reserves we get from Alberta. And then by making a better connection to Alaska, we'll have more access to the resources of Alaska also. So it would be a win-win. And if any other Canadian district wants to become part of America instead, take them. I would say that if Mexico wanted to be part of America, take them too. But Mexicans are too right now. They're too nationalistic. They like being independent. So even though they have not shown that they could govern themselves very well, because there's a lot of corruption. There's a lot of this and that, which causes problems in their country, but they have a good amount of resources too. They apparently have oil, they have natural gas, if they ever wanted to decide to become part of America, all America would have to do is move south, clean up all the corruption, and then get rid of the cartels, all that stuff. And then we'll have not only access to Mexico, but we'll have access to history, because the Mayan and Inca cultures, Aztecs actually, had a civilization around there. So we could send more people to explore and discover the Aztecs, and hopefully preserve it, because Mexico, is as much as they would like to preserve it, because of all the corruption and stuff, I don't think they're able to preserve it very well, because it's probably very easy to pay off Mexican police and stuff like that to let people steal or take what they want, so. Okay, Diablo coming back. Should be back in a second. Let's see if it's on screen. Yep. Exciting chat. I don't know why they're putting the run down tote PJL at Eclipse. I don't know. I don't like it. Oh, and also for anybody who wanted to replay my comic book picks, etc. They're also going to be posted on YouTube. So basically, look for them on my YouTube page, and they'll be there. Sometime late tonight or early, sometime around tomorrow type of thing. I'll be. Excuse me. I'll probably post it. Okay, while we're back in the game, I'm gonna go use the bathroom and be right back, and then we'll play some more. Oh, there'll also be, of course, the regular VOD on Twitch also while the VODs stay. Okay. Hopefully everybody else, if you needed it, went out, got your snack, got something to drink. You know, also hopefully you used the bathroom if you needed it. Now let's get back to the game. Okay. Let me see how many more I need. I'm not even at 2,000 of them. Shoot. Okay. Well, I need to. I did the world events in Nightmare Dungeons already. I gotta just accumulate the abductite. I just got to do it faster. This is going to take forever. But the good thing is that once I hit that magical number, I'm going to be
This place is
good in that material for a while, because I don't. It's not like I gain infections all over. So in other words, I won't have the need to back out. To use it, you know? So I'll have a good reserve, which will be a plus. What if they found out that basically white people were from Mars originally, and that black people were the Earth? That's why you know, black people seem to be more physically fit than white people, but white people seem to be more smarter. You know, it's because on Mars they weren't as physical because they weren't so they became smarter. White people may have been on Mars, for a while. So the words, Yeah, I myself am a believer that the Earth has been around a lot longer than people say, and that there could have been 2-3 other races that have come and gone. You know, and that
That looks
we just
worn.
have
I can fix it.
no proof. You know, we just have no evidence that they ever existed. You know, because time has erased, you know, their whole existence. You know,
Sample my wares, if you the need. A fine addition to my
you know, it explains the pyramids and all that stuff because, you know, literally, you know,
I suppose I could
it
take
was
that off
they
your
were
hands.
created by, you know, an advanced group that lived and, you know, left the planet, etc. You know, before we ever had a clue that they were even here. You know, we don't have any evidence, you know, that they were even here. The only thing left behind is their pyramids, you know, type of thing. That there might have been, you know, super advanced people here, and we would never know, you know. I don't think I have any more of those keys left, so I'll make some more. Yeah, let's do that. Well, get rid of that one. Okay, I'm going there. Treasure breach? Definite. That means that there's a chance that one of those good treasure goblins will be there. I just gotta hope that I can kill them all. killed me? What the? I don't think so. I think that this has been rigged. Oh my god. I got Doombringer. Holy smack. I knew that this one was worth going into. And it's ancestral. Oh my god. This is the nightmare dungeon to go in because the loot goblin. Now that I got my sword. I lost the butcher though. Oh man, that's... I think I just had too many hammering. Okay.
Off we go again.
Fine indeed.
Wear the stars around your neck.
Yep, I know that's kind of weird, but I do have damage over time effects.
Solid bits here. More there than I thought.
raise the bar. Affects added. Oh, life on a hit. That's a good one. And it's a good amount too. So yeah, 15% chance to heal, and then I got life on a hit at 658 points. I'm not gonna cry over that. Okay. Now if I could only just find another resplendent spark still. Let's gain that next level. Oh, I gained a seasonal rank? Well, in the Nightmare Dungeon, I can look it up. Oh, okay, so I did get it. I got it. So... there's some Torment 4 things, which I'm not doing right now. Torment 3 is these two. But I did this one. That's what I don't understand. So I'll have to see if I could do it again. Then maybe I'll try these two. But first, let me test out my new sword.
Excellent find.
once upon a time they were saying that that basically the butcher's connected to the loot goblin. My thing is that yeah, that does seem to be the case. Whenever I encounter a loot goblin, and then I end up getting into a dungeon, I usually and they have to be an indoor dungeon. He doesn't show up in more movement, always a plus. find this bloodstone. Which apparently I missed it somewhere. Because there's the door. Normally the bloodstone is like marked on the map, but I don't see it. Let's see. Oh, maybe it's there? Aha. Maybe during a fight I ran past it. Yeah, it's right there. My thing is that obviously somebody knew how to do it or find it and they created a term to do it. So what, who's preventing us from doing something like that again? That's the question. Because obviously the concept is really something like the pyramid. Very simple. It's not happening. It's just that people don't want to do it. I mean, if they could even modernize it, so that it doesn't have to be a pyramid. They could do it, in the reactor. But like I said, they don't want to do it. And obviously these pyramids produced a lot of energy.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
I suppose I could take that off your hands. Good business. Come again.
Good business, good business.
You don't want that?
Nobody walks anymore.
Stop that. Come on. I just wanna... That's a world boss? The Legion of that. Why won't it let me teleport there? It shouldn't be that complicated. What the This is a new one. I haven't encountered this one before. Dawnfire. Holy Light Aura. Double damage plus 2 to righteousness. Holy Light passive now deals 936 fire damage every second around you. Each time an enemy dies within the aura, its damage increases by 50% for 15 seconds up to 10 times. Okay, so that's righteous. I don't have righteousness. I have Judicator. But it is Holy Light Aura. Hold on. Holy Light's passive now. Fire. Holy Light Aura deals double damage. Okay, so I don't see where that'll... There's a new glove, but...
That looks worn. I can fix it.
I'll keep it because it's a new glove, but...
I can break that down. I need to get an ancestral version of my shield.
Oh yeah, today is Fallout. They changed the time. And today is also the premiere of Wonderman on Disney Plus. So if you need something to binge watch tonight, tomorrow, etc., you know where it is. Oh, he finally did kill me. He hit me, yeah, because I couldn't heal. Because the reason why he wasn't one-hitting me is that every time I hit him, I healed a lot. Let's see here. Well, I'll try that. I don't think it'll. Let's see what happens. criticals, this would take a lot longer. Ever, 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 ever. I don't even think I got anything good out of this. The only good news is that now I know that I could defeat him. Other than that, man. Now my hand hurts from all the pushing of the button. I don't want to do that again. I need to seriously... I have the living steel, but I just don't have the energy to do that again. As a player, that battle really tired me out. That was a long fight. He is very formidable, and I could only imagine what Xur's like and the Beast Knight.
That got most. See? The finest quality.
Ancestrals there. Let's see what they are. Yeah, not good enough.
Good salvage.
But at least there's something. problem. The timer is giving the torment 3 is a lot harder.
Judgment. Step forward.
It is done.
greater thing of amulets, but there's no ancestral amulet among them. Okay. It doesn't seem to be that great to me.
Fair trade. Farewell, and good fortune.
I carry the best. Shards of the heavens.
Still can't make a skull.
Came apart nicely.
Yeah, I don't have a discipline. Oh, okay, one discipline. I didn't know oaths were a thing. So I'll apply it and see what happens. Okay, let's see here. Do one last thing before I end the night. Oh, hold on. World boss. Where's the world boss? Nobody else was here. Get away because I couldn't do enough damage to him. Not that I wouldn't have won, but that's just that he's on a timer. If he wasn't on a timer, I would have won. Unfortunately, nobody else pursued a world boss at this time. So, there's nothing I could do.
Nobody walks anymore.
Let's go there. why it says I'll find out in a moment. Maybe it's just because it was. 2 points.
It is done.
Lamb feast.
A fine deal.
Don't ruin all that work.
Okay. I'll call it here for the night, and you know, we'll carry on Friday. Hopefully, there's no interruptions. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, this week there was some condo issues, so I had to take care of those. Those ended up being priority. There is still some stuff going on, so I don't know if you know, there'll be any interruptions. So we'll see. If you're following, just make sure that you have your alert switched on, and watch on X to see if I you know, pop up going live, and then we'll go from there. And then hopefully anybody else who's watching and enjoys the stream, hopefully you just, you know, are at the right time, right place, and then you notice that I'm going live, and you know, you show up. Other than that, you know, thanks for everybody who came and watched. Thanks for everybody who followed. Yeah, there's nothing in chat, and there's no new follows. So maybe in the future. All I know is that the numbers for what, last Friday weren't that good, so I don't know what happened. I guess everybody decided to play hooky all at the same time, so who knows. All I know is that basically only one person showed up, and you know, if only one person shows up, it's not worth it. All the other days were fine. It just, for some unknown reason, last yeah, I think Friday was just a whole bunch of nobody. And like I've said many times before, don't fall in love with your streamers. don't. I mean, some of them are very attractive. Some of them seem to be, smart, etc. But you know, a lot of them are more flawed than you think. You know, I know some of you would gladly, attempt to, you know, live with their flaws. But please, don't do that. Don't make yourself miserable because, you just think that they're beautiful women, and that basically, or beautiful men, depending on your viewpoint. But the point being is that, you know, watch them, appreciate them, but really look at the ones that you're interacting with. Don't fall in love with them. It's better to focus on the women around you in real life now than it is for you to focus on somebody who's on the other side of a screen. First of all, availability. A lot of streamers are very busy. They have some have services that send them here and there, and they have to hustle. If they don't have a service, they have to hustle to get sponsors and this and that. So the streamers are very busy, and unless you have the ability to deal with the fact that there's this person that's going to be in your life that basically, if they're a successful streamer, most likely they're not going to have a lot of time for you. Most successful streamers are a 7-day-a-week streamer. If not 7 days, they're at least 5 days a week that you're just not going to, for a large part of the day, you're just not going to interact with them. And then that's not even including their after stream, because, they have to cut clips, they have to edit videos and this and that. So there's extra time that goes into it on top of that in the back end. So the words, just think about it. I mean, it's like me getting a pet. I decided a long time ago that I don't want a pet, because I just wouldn't, because I was working a lot of overtime. I was in a very, I was working different warehouse situations, and literally, I would come home, go to sleep, wake up, go right back to work, and as much as you love your pet, you'll never, I was in a position where I would never see the pet. I would never, maybe it would be happy when I get home, maybe it'd be sad when I leave, but that's pretty much all the time I would have for it. So I was like, I'm not gonna waste my time in getting a pet when I never had time to sit down and actually enjoy having the pet, and appreciating the love it'll have for me, regardless of my situation, type of thing. And so that's one of the reasons why I don't have a pet right now. Is because literally I just, for the longest time I just didn't have the time. Maybe in the future, I was thinking of getting a cat. Cats seem to be the strat right now. And not only that, but I've had a dog before. I haven't had a cat. Cats, I am looking at other people who I have had friends which had cats, and stuff, and I'm considering, about the time, the effort that they have to put into their cats, and their interactions. you know, type of thing. And you know, consider that, you know, maybe I would want to get a cat just to have something different. You know, and like I said, out of the main pets, you know, cats are one of the main pets besides dogs. So, you know, wouldn't mind giving a cat a try. Dogs, you have to take out. You have to, you know, you have to walk them. You have to, you know, stop them from barking. All this and that. You know, I mean, I still would enjoy a pet dog, but you know, I'm my arthritis and this and that. I don't think I can keep up with the dog anymore. You know, so you know, I would rather a pet cat, which a pet cat would actually seek me out, for selfish reasons, of course. You know, it'll want to cuddle up because it would want a soft place to rest, you know, and it would want to steal my body warmth type of thing, and it would have no compunction about you know, giving a shit about if I'm laying there or need to get up or whatever. You know, it'll just do what it wants to do, and then, you know, we'll see. Some cats are a little more loving and more caring than that, but you know, some cats just, like, you know, they see you, oh yeah, I get to cuddle up in your lap, you know, this is nice, soft and comfy, you know, whether you like it or not, you know. But yeah, I've always gotten along with my friends' cats, so I've never had a real problem. The only time that I had a problem was that one of my friends once upon a time had a cat which had very fine fur, which is the first time I've ever had an allergic reaction to a cat. Most of the time, I don't really have issues, but there was one time in which, you know, but it had to do mainly with the type of, it had really fine fur, so it was a specific case, you know, specific type of cat that caused the reaction. So with luck, if I do get a cat, you know, I won't have those issues. For a lot of places in America, they're really cold. I know where I'm at, it's 49 degrees, which isn't bad, you know, but you know, it is on the cool side. I'm sure that there are places in America that are a lot colder than that, if they're not snowing, you know, etc. So I mean, keep warm, keep hydrated, keep healthy, make sure that you're safe, and you know, enjoy your next 2 days, and then I'll hopefully see you all. I'll be streaming on Friday, so with luck, I'll hopefully be able to give you a review of Wonder Man. I know I want to go out and see a movie if I can. I want to see Cold Storage with Liam Neeson, and some other actors that I recognize, among other things, and then you know, go from there. So with that, I don't want to talk your ears off, put you to sleep by just, you know, with my ending comments. Have a great night.